Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. Good evening, good morning, good night, whatever it is. So, I wound up switching the music last minute because I made a supercut of a bunch of loops and didn't realize somewhere in the middle of it is this really obnoxious piano slam. So I'll have to fix that by next week, or maybe we like Silent Hill music. Alrighty, so the plan for tonight is I have a couple interesting videos on sleep paralysis, because we had the sleep paralysis demon in Voices of the Void last week. I'm also going to read the Yellow Wallpaper, and then maybe after that we'll play some Backrooms games just to give us a little break from Voices of the Void. Hey, see Satan, how are you doing today? Good to see you. Oh yeah, no. So the music I had to switch because I made a loop. Well, yeah, a loop of other loops, and somewhere in the middle there was a really obnoxious piano slam, and I didn't want to keep listening to that the whole stream. For the plan tonight, we are going to watch a couple videos on sleep paralysis because that's what we encountered last week in Voices of the Void. Then we're going to read the Yellow Wallpaper, and then maybe after that, maybe a Backrooms game. There is a really good Humble Bundle, so I kind of want to play one or two of them. And I figure that'll be a nice change of pace. I get a little bit of variety. Good. Probably chat for a minute or two and then jump into the video. Seems like another quiet night, but that's alright. Need lots of practice. And let me know if I need to adjust anything for the music or the audio. Oh, okay. No, go ahead. I'm gonna play Valheim. Should be a pretty quiet night. We don't get lots of folks in here. I don't think we've had any real problems, so... Alright, audio sounds good? Good. Thank you. Alrighty. I guess I will just jump into videos. Don't think I have too much information. Well, I don't think I have too much to share. I did pick up some new books that I eventually plan on reading on stream. Picked up a really good one. The Haunted Horror, the Haunted Omnibus. There's a couple stories in here that I already have, but there's a bunch I didn't. So let's see. With the Wendigo I already have. The Screaming Skull, the White People. Let's see. I think the Monkey's Paw's in here, the Ghost Ship. Lots of interesting sounding ones. So that'll be fun. Oh, what books? Let's see. The Haunted Omnibus. Let's see. Ghostland, An American History and Haunted Places. I picked up a book on Norse myth and legends. King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table. And the Age of Chivalry. Actually, this would probably be a good opportunity to test out the hand cam. Might I mean, yeah, no, it's a really good haul. I've actually got. We actually went to a new used bookstore in our area, so that's nice. And let's see, I can try testing out the hand cam setup, or maybe not. I don't actually have a scene for that. How you doing, Winter? Oh. Okay, so I'll just cut out. Good to see you, Winter. There we go. That's the start of that. Make my model smaller. Hello, Silky. Good to see you. Hope you lot are well. Thank you. I hope you guys are all well too. Alright, so right now, seeing if I can set this up because I don't have a very good mount. I don't have a very good mount here. I actually jerry-rigged a cell phone mount for the webcam. So we will see what this looks like if I can actually get it set up. Okay. That explains everything. That's the catch. Oh, unplug something. Alrighty. Now if I just adjust this a little bit, I can show off the books that I got on my thrift store haul. Maybe. This is a cell phone holder jerry-rigged for a webcam. And let's get rid of that reflective surface right away. Sorry folks, learning pains. Well, you gotta be worried about this, Winter. Alright. Yeah, no, I got a couple books on my last thrift store haul. The Age of Chivalry, which I think... Alright. That silly little thing is going to be kind of annoying. And now the cord's in the way. Learning pains. Alright. So this one, I think, has Legends of Charlemagne, which is an Arthurian lore that's, I believe that's like French knights. But this has a mix. King Arthur, Queen Guinevere, Sir Lancelot, Merlin, Richard the Lionhearted, and Robin Hood. That's one. That's an interesting one. More Arthurian lore. King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table. We got a really good one here. Norse Myths and Legends. I love some of these collectible editions with the patterns on the sides. But this one is actually, I believe, fully illustrated. Yeah. Oh. And Ghostland and American History and Haunted Places. I believe this is a bunch of short stories. Yeah. So I'll go through that and see whether it's good to read on stream at some point. And the one I'm really excited about, The Haunted Omnibus. Oh, hey Scion, welcome in. Good to see ya. Have you ever had any paranormal experiences? Yes, I have. The previous place I lived was haunted. It was, the apartment building I used to live in was actually once used as a funeral home. Oh yeah, no, Sai. Thanks for lurking, I appreciate it. But the previous apartment building I lived in, which my stepfather owned, was actually haunted. It was used as a funeral parlor. The basement, which I was kind of stuck living in for a bit, was actually used to prepare the bodies. And I had a number of paranormal experiences while I lived there. But this omnibus is actually a pretty good one. It's got a couple of stories I already got. But that's what happens when you collect, when you wind up with a bunch of short story collections. But there's some interesting ones in here. The Wendigo I already have. The Yellow Wallpaper I've got. The Monkey's Paw is pretty interesting. The White People. A lot of classic ones in here. So, I'm sure we'll have fun going through these. But that's my thrift store haul. But I've got a whole bunch of different short story collections and stuff I'm gonna be reading from. This is the one I've been reading from before. This one's actually starting to fall apart a little bit. But this is also a really good collection. But Telltale Heart, which I read a week or two ago. And then the Yellow Wallpaper is also in this one, which I'll be reading. So, yeah, I got a good number of collections. What's going? I got a handful of folktale books too I want to eventually get through. Copy of the Legend of Sleepy Hollow. A couple other stories in there. I've collected a good variety over the last couple of years living here. I haven't had anything chewing on my books. My collection's just kind of gone nuts. The Yellow Wallpaper, shortest story. Yeah, Yellow Wallpaper is a short story. House of Leaves is the really big one, which I've also got, but I don't think I can really read. I don't think I can really read House of Leaves on stream. 1 second just to find it. Yeah, no, House of Leaves is massive. I don't think I could read this one on stream. Plus, some of the plus some of it isn't really. Some of it you can't really read or describe on stream. You get some stuff typed upside down. So I don't think this would be a very good, not a very good one for stream read. But I do have a couple of books on folklore that I really like. Folklore of Scotland, Folklore of the Lake District, Boggarts, Brownies, Hobbs, and their Goblinkin. Got plenty of stuff. Strange Tales from Japan. So, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find things that'll have to do with the games we're playing. For example, Yellow Wallpaper gets associated with the backrooms a lot. So that's what I was kind of thinking there. And then let me just switch back to the just chatting. Cool. Now I have the hand cam test set up. Well, thank you for your patience during that. Patience is much appreciated. But yeah, I'm glad to hear you're all doing well tonight. It's good to see you all. Yeah, we will jump into the video. Got this stupid cough you can't shake off. Have you been taking vitamin C? Might be more of a cold? Or is it like an allergy cough? Compromised lungs, so any respiratory things will linger way longer for me. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. My mother's got a similar thing. Every time she gets sick, she's sick for weeks. Really rough. Hope you've got something that can help your symptoms. No, everybody's doing okay. The girls were gone for a couple of days. They were with family. It was nice to get a break from them. Yesterday I took my mother to a couple of used bookstores, and that's where I got my haul. Pretty good stuff, honestly. Milo's doing alright. He's just kind of laying out in the kitchen. Oh. He's good, thanks for asking. A restful couple days. Oh, hey O'Hara, good to see ya. Glad you could make it. Hope you're doing well. Showed off some of the books I got on a bookstore haul. Some pretty good stuff. Lots of stuff I'll be reading on stream at some point. In a couple of minutes, we'll be watching a couple of short videos about sleep paralysis, since that's what we encountered in Voices of the Void last week. Then I'll be reading The Yellow Wallpaper, which is a short story. And then, depending how we're feeling, I might play a Backrooms game for a little while, just to mix it up a little. I actually picked up a $10 Humble Bundle, which had like 6 Backrooms games, and hopefully one of them's good. I'm always hesitant to let go of my older books, but I feel bad they are just sitting there collecting dust. Oh, I know the feeling too. I've got I've got my bookshelf holding on for dear life over here. Man, I always wanted to have EP paralysis. It sounds spooky. Oh, it is spooky. Especially if you're still young and you don't know what's going on. Especially the first time you've had it and don't know what's going on. It's very creepy. But I got a couple of good videos that we can watch real quick. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't really find too much about folklore with sleep paralysis. I did find a couple of videos that explain what it is. I found one really good video that explains all the different entities that people believe sleep paralysis involves. You know, like the Hat Man and stuff. Had it happen a few times. In the first most vivid time, it looked like a weird little gesture telling me I wasn't going to wake up. Yeah, no, your brain just kind of fills in the gaps when you don't know what's going on, and that's your imagination just kind of runs away, and it's very scary. Alrighty, let me just switch over screen, double check that it's working. Go.
The intruder.
Hello, Unisaur.
You wake up in the middle of the night, and there is someone in your home who should not be there. You can't move or scream.
Alrighty, and how is the audio for everybody? Not too loud? No, good Good to see you, Unisaur. I appreciate the lurk. That's the thing about watching VTubers, you get really weird suggestions. Alright, audio is good. Wonderful.
You can't do a single thing about it. This is one of the most common sleep paralysis experiences. And what makes it so horrifying is that it doesn't even need a figure or a shadow, just a feeling. One person described waking up and hearing footsteps moving through their apartment toward their bedroom. A fear hit them in that moment, unlike anything they'd ever felt in their life. They couldn't move, couldn't make a sound. All they could do was lie there and repeat one thing to themselves over and over. Don't look at it. It knows you're awake. Just pretend to sleep. So that's what they did. Buried under the covers, frozen, just waiting. Until the footsteps finally turned around and left. Some people never fully shake it even after they wake up. Doors locked, lights on, still not sure it wasn't real. The shadow figure, a dark silhouette, human-shaped, just standing there. No face, no features, just a solid mass of darkness. What's unsettling is that it doesn't do much. It just watches. And for a lot of people, that's the worst part, because your brain is desperately trying to make sense of what it's looking at, and it just can't.
Yep, so this is actually something I experienced at my old apartment back when I was stuck living in the basement. I actually had seen shadow figures during a sleep paralysis episode, and it stuck with me. After that, I really did not want to live in the basement, and I eventually wound up moving up to one of the apartments.
One person said they'd been seeing the same shadow figure since they were a kid. Same silhouette, different distances each time, but the experience that stuck with them most was when it wasn't just standing there anymore.
Lots
It
of
was
Reddit
standing
stories.
on their chest. And when they got older and the fear turned to rage, they actually tried to fight it, swung at it, and it stepped back. Another person described theirs differently. Not a clear figure at all, but a cloud of shadow that their brain just interpreted as something alive. No shape, no form, just darkness that felt aware. They said it brought out a pure fight response in them. reaching their arms out to stop it from getting closer. Same experience, two completely different forms. That's what makes the shadow figure so hard to dismiss. It doesn't show up the same way twice, but everyone who sees it knows exactly what it is the moment they see it. The Hat Man. Out of every sleep paralysis figure people report, this one might be the most fascinating.
Yeah, so bunch of you probably remember that Grimmy had actually had a talk about the Hat Man at one point, and he's closely linked to overdoses of Benadryl.
Because it's not just a shape or a presence, it's a specific person. Tall, dark, wide-brimmed hat, long coat, no face. Just this figure standing there watching you with a detail so consistent across thousands of accounts that people gave him a name, the Hat Man. People who have never heard of him describe him the exact same way. There's even a whole dedicated website called the Hat Man Project, started in the early 2000s, purely to document how many people had seen him, and the descriptions barely change. One person woke up, looked toward their door, and saw a figure, pitch black, red eyes, fedora, trench coat, and
Sally
then
Card.
it spoke. Said something that made no sense at the time, but stuck with them for days after. They looked it up afterward and realized they'd just described the Hat Man without ever having heard of him before. But here's where it gets interesting. He doesn't always look the same. One account on the Hat Man Project described him completely differently. Big, burly, white suit, white hat, cane, standing over her sleeping husband, completely still. She said she was frozen with fear until she somehow managed to wake her husband up. And the moment he opened his eyes, the Hat Man vanished. But she said she could still feel him there, even after he was gone. The old hag. You wake up, and there's this crushing weight on your chest, like something is sitting directly on you. You can't breathe, you can't move, and then you see her, a withered old woman crouched right on top of you, staring down into your face.
For anybody who was for anybody who's watched The Widow's Bay, this is very similar to the Sea Hag that shows up in the Widow's Bay show.
People have been reporting this for centuries. In Newfoundland, they call her the Old Hag. In Japan, they call it Kanashibari, literally being bound in metal chains.
Hello,
In
Biohazard.
Turkey, it's the Karabasan, a dark creature that drains your breath. In Newfoundland, the belief got so intense that people actually thought you could summon the hag to attack someone else, like a curse, and to keep her away, they'd sleep with knives pointed upward on their chests. So she'd get stabbed when she sat down. One person described her as skinny with long gray hair and strange markings all over her body, pinning their shoulders down, whispering something into their ear too fast to make out. And the detail that got me, the harder they fought back, the tighter her grip got. Like resistance was exactly what she wanted. Another person felt something sit on them in the dark, couldn't move, had no idea what was happening. Went online afterward and found thousands of people describing the exact same woman, same face, same grip, and they'd never heard of her before that night. And here's the creepy part. Researchers found that in cultures where this folklore is strongest, the episodes are more intense and happen more often. Basically, the more you know about her, the more likely she is to show up. That's what makes her different from the others. She's not just a cultural myth, she's a universal one. The dark entity. So we've covered figures that watch, figures that sit on you, figures that just stand there in silence. But this last one is different. Because the dark entity doesn't just observe you, it interacts with you. Most sleep paralysis figures keep their distance. They hover, they stare. The dark entity feels deliberate, like it came with a purpose, and sometimes it speaks. One person described a tall, dark figure with long arms gliding toward them across the room. And as it got closer, it started talking in this calm, multi-tone voice, almost like three voices at once, just repeating, "It's all right, don't get up. Over and over, getting closer each time, until it was right beside them. A comment on that same post said it happened to them twice. First time, something shook them awake and asked, "Did you get it?" Second time, they heard, "I'm going to visit you now," and then watched a dark figure run on all fours straight toward their bedroom door. Here's what makes this one interesting. Researchers found that people with anxiety or PTSD are significantly more likely to encounter entities like this. Not just more episodes, but more intense ones. Like your brain already running on high alert decides to build the most threatening thing it can imagine and put it in the room with you. And unlike every other figure on this list, this one doesn't stay in its lane. It moves, it talks, it comes back. And each time it does, it seems to know you a little better than before. The Intruder.
Play replayed. Give me a second. Right. How do you like that one? Sleep paralysis is kind of interesting. But the Sleep Demon and Voices of the Void looked a little bit different.
Hello?
Hey.
Switch this back on. Alright, so this one is similar. This is from Storied, which is a show on PBS, and I will find out later if I get copyright struck for this one. But they actually have a really good folklore series called Monstrum. So let's play the next one.
Man, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
So I'm filming an episode right now, and I remember you used to have sleep paralysis, right?
That's right, yeah.
So my question is, did you ever see the Hat Man? Have you ever seen this guy? This one? Or maybe this one? Many people have seen him in their nightmares or while falling asleep, and those reports are all strikingly similar. His dark and featureless silhouette wears a signature wide-brimmed hat, and his very presence brings a sense of dread. This strange figure has been seen by so many people that he's earned a name, the Hat Man. The Hat Man seems to be accompanied by sleep paralysis, a phenomenon where the body is unable to move or speak while often experiencing vivid, terrifying hallucinations. Why does the Hat Man and other so-called shadow people appear so consistently across cultures? And what does his presence reveal about the nature of sleep paralysis and the human mind?
Oh, really?
Accounts of the Hat Man
a lot of
began to
these are like
circulate on the
corner your
internet
eye
in the
type
late 2000s,
things.
then picking up steam with the introduction of TikTok over a decade later. But shadowy figures during sleep are by no means a modern phenomenon. Throughout history and across cultures, people describe almost identical encounters with fearsome shadow people in that confusing state between being awake and asleep. The similarity of these visions feels so surreal it might only be explained as supernatural. As far back as the 2nd century, Greek physician Cyrannus of Ephesus described sleeping patients experiencing demonic attacks that evoked a feeling of heaviness and oppression and sort of choking. They imagined that someone has suddenly attacked them and stunned their senses, exhausting them and preventing outcry. Some people have proposed that shadow people are a shared hallucination, a psychiatric condition where one person's delusion becomes shared by 2 or more other people. In rare cases, shared hallucination occurs in larger groups. The idea that so many people separated by time and place would experience the exact same rare medical condition doesn't hold up as an explanation for shadow people in general. But it could be the case for the Hat Man variation if we see the people sharing sightings of him as part of a close-knit community on, say, the internet. The Hat Man variation of the shadow people lore wears a long coat and wide-brimmed hat. He's 6 feet tall, a dark silhouette, and an undefined void where his face should be, and brings with him a sense of terror. Sometimes his eyes glow red or white. He lingers even after you spot him, sometimes approaching you, and he may sit on your bed or chest.
Huh, I didn't realize the Hat Man would sit on people's chests. That's a little different. That's honestly even more terrifying.
Semi-popular explanation for Hat Man's appearance on 4chan and TikTok is that he appears after taking too much Benadryl,
Yep.
which some people are doing intentionally, I guess, in order to see the Hat Man.
I do not support this. I do not overdose on Benadryl or anything like that myself. I just think the lore is interesting.
Please don't. So what are some of the theories of what Hat Man is? Some say he's a demonic figure, while others believe he's an interdimensional extraterrestrial, or even the literal devil himself. To me, the Hat Man is giving Freddy from Nightmare on Elm Street vibes. A dark, threatening man who wears a hat and haunts your dreams. Freddy might have influenced the modern perception of the shadow people myth. Regardless, as the Hat Man becomes more popular, the more people claim to have seen him. Similar stories of a presence sitting on someone's chest while sleeping can be found in accounts of ghost oppression in China, the Sabatelidi of Botswana, and the Baktak Jinn of Iran. And these are just a few of the numerous examples from around the world. The entities inspire the word we associate with sleep and fear, the nightmare, which comes from the Old English mare, an evil being that torments people and hinders their breathing at night. These original mares, like other shadow people and our Hat Man, reflect common characteristics of sleep paralysis, a disorder where the body is asleep while the mind remains partially awake. In typical deep REM sleep, the muscles of the body relax into temporary paralysis. This is a good thing. It's our body's attempt to ensure we don't physically act out our dreams. But during sleep paralysis, the person is conscious enough to be aware that they can't move. The condition is almost always accompanied by fear and often hallucinations. People with sleep paralysis report difficulty breathing and pressure on their chest. The sensations of fear and anxiety are almost universal. At least 20% of the population have experienced sleep paralysis once in their life. So I actually do know someone who used to suffer from sleep paralysis. My brother used to have sleep paralysis, right?
That's right, yeah. A number of years ago.
So my question is, did you ever see the Hat Man?
I would say yes and no. You know, that feeling of kind of some presence sitting on you. But I did also have experiences like where I saw, you know, what I would call like persons, dark, shadowy, unrecognizable, but still, you know, like humanoid.
Oh, Mikey,
Yeah,
so sorry.
Experience.
That's so scary. I'm so sorry. Some doctors theorize that the experience of a menacing, shadowy figure during sleep paralysis is caused by a little neural mix-up. The right side of the brain shapes how we see ourselves, our literal self-image. It's also where we process environmental threats. So sleep paralysis might induce that self-image into a hallucination, like a shadowy figure we see outside of ourselves. There's still a lot scientists are trying to understand with sleep paralysis, so it leaves a lot of room for interpretation, like the supernatural. While sleep paralysis is neurological, the way people experience and interpret it is influenced by their cultural background, and often that means attributing these nighttime figures to something supernatural: witches, ghosts, demons, incubi, vampires, and other monsters like malevolent animals. Today we are inclined to interpret these hallucinations as alien encounters or the trenchcoat-wearing Hat Man. Not all sightings of shadow people happen during slumber. They sometimes appear in alleyways at night or in the recesses of a closet or during paranormal investigations of haunted places. But more commonly, they turn up just before or after falling asleep. I'm not saying that we should completely dismiss the possibility that these events are extranatural, but sleep paralysis offers an explanation more rooted in science. That these stories have endured suggests, to me at least, that we are fascinated by what happens when we sleep and how much we still don't know about our bodies and our brains. And it speaks to the inherent vulnerability we face when asleep. Sleep is essential for our mental and physical health, and that means we need to turn off and allow our consciousness to be suspended, which can be a scary thought. I literally used to sleep with the covers completely covering all parts of my face except my nose and one eye, so I could spot any nighttime intruders, both human and supernatural. Whether your nightmare takes the shape of the Hat Man, or a big cat, or an alien presence, fears tied to sleep are natural. We've even evolved biological and cultural defenses to mitigate vulnerability during sleep. Our fear response naturally increases at night. We've also adapted our behaviors, like sleeping in groups or by training animals to guard us. The Hat Man has his own subreddit, which began in 2014 and is still very active as users share their experiences with him alongside inspired artwork. I think part of this community is about finding comfort in knowing that others have similar encounters. The Hat Man might be a product of sleep paralysis, but perhaps he represents something more profound, a shared archetype, a reflection of our subconscious fears, or even a phenomenon beyond full scientific explanation. My guess is the shape of this monster will change, but it will never go away. The Hat Man variation of the Shadow People lore, if this would open, or while falling, sorry, just pause.
80. Alright, so back to just chatting for a little while. Good to see you, Witch. I hope you're not typing too much. I hope you're not driving. For anybody who doesn't know, Witch Weaver is actually the one who made my model. She did a very, very good job with it. Oh, Witchy's at Starbucks. Okay. Has anybody here experienced sleep paralysis before? Biohazard has, yeah, no, it's scary. Yeah, mostly the one time you mentioned. Yeah, no, I just think it's interesting that there's so many different entities associated with it just because of different cultures. The rest were kind of forgettable, yeah. No, I get that, especially if you just get out of sleep paralysis and go right back to sleep. My eyes were all shut, so I only heard noises like footsteps shuffling and house settling. Oh yeah, no, but they can be completely auditory too. Yeah, I had a couple of sleep paralysis experiences. It's the first one was definitely the worst, being stuck in a crappy basement. But the next couple weren't as bad because I knew what was going on. Being able to think through it definitely helps you keep calm. But you never quite forget the feeling. It does feel like somebody's sitting on your chest, and it's pretty awful. More about some of the stuff you guys have experienced? Yeah, oh. Dark, yeah. Let's see, other paranormal stuff. Another time, my stepfather had actually bought this old grandfather clock, and he put it in one of the apartment's hallways. And he had for years intended on fixing it. However, he never got around to it. But what was scary was when his father had passed, the grandfather clock actually rang the night that his father had passed. This clock did not work, It had been broken for years. He had been meaning to fix it for years. And only that night, when his father had passed, that clock had actually started ringing. And then a couple of years later, when my stepfather's mother had passed, that same clock, still not fixed, rang again. Burn it with fire. No, actually, the sad and almost funny end to that story is when we had all had to move out of that apartment building, the movers, as soon as they actually got the grandfather clock out of the house, had dropped it and broken it. So it was really, really spooky, like almost an omen. Yep, the movers, professional movers. Out of all the stuff they carried out, that clock was the only thing they dropped. That was one, that was, I think this is the first time I've told this story. No, that story is 100% true. So that's why I believe in the paranormal and the supernatural. Yep, they are real. No, there's some things you just can't explain as just somebody being paranoid or anxious. Let me just catch up with chat real quick. There was also one occasion where I heard my mom's voice whispering my name. It moved, so I just said, "Yes, mother," like a brave child. That's spooky. My head, of course, I couldn't speak. Yeah, no. Sleep paralysis is something. I've experienced it a couple times. It's tough to describe. Had a similar experience where I too heard my mom calling me while we were camping. Ooh, that almost seems like a skinwalker to me. More like a light switch to me. One day I was scared, the next not. Huh. My mom wasn't there, and the voice mimicking my mom was telling me to come see the fireflies. Ooh, that is real spooky. I honestly can't remember the last time I saw fireflies. We were in Big Bear in winter, no fireflies. Yeah, no, there wouldn't be fireflies in the winter. I know that's spooky. Alrighty, does anybody need a moment to stretch or grab some water? In a minute or two, I will start reading the Yellow Wallpaper. Alrighty. Is everybody ready to start? Alright, winner is ready. Alrighty. So let's start. The Yellow Wallpaper by Charlotte Perkins Gilman. It is very seldom that mere ordinary people like John and myself secure ancestral halls for the summer. A colonial mansion, a hereditary estate, I would say a haunted house, and reach the height of romantic felicity, but that would be asking too much of fate. Still, I will proudly declare that there is something queer about it. Else, why should it be let so cheaply? And why have stood so long untenanted? John laughs at me, of course, but one expects that in marriage. John is practical in the extreme. He has no patience with faith, an intense horror of superstition, and he scoffs openly at any talk of things not to be felt and seen and put down in figures. John is a physician, and perhaps, I would not say to a living soul, of course, but this is dead paper and a great relief to my mind. Perhaps that is one reason I do not get well faster. You see, he does not believe I am sick. And what can one do? If a physician of high standing, and one's own husband, assures friends and relatives that there is really nothing the matter with one but temporary nervous depression, a slight hysterical tendency, what is one to do? My brother is also a physician, and also of high standing, and he says the same thing. So I take phosphates or phosphites, whatever it is, and tonics and journeys and air and exercise, and am absolutely forbidden to work until I am well again. Personally, I disagree with their ideas. Personally, I believe that congenial work, with excitement and change, would do me good. But what is one to do? I did write for a while in spite of them, but it does exhaust me a good deal, having to be so sly about it, or else meet with heavy opposition. I sometimes fancy that in my condition, if I had less opposition and more society and stimulus, but John says the very worst thing I can do is to think about my condition, and I confess it always makes me feel bad. So I will let it alone and talk about the house. The most beautiful place. It is quite alone, standing well back from the road, quite 3 miles from the village. It makes me think of English places that you read about, where there are hedges and walls and gates that lock, and lots of little separate houses for the gardeners and people. There is a delicious garden. I never saw such a garden, large and shady, full of box-bordered paths, and lined with long, grape-covered arbors with seats under them. There were greenhouses too, but they are all broken now. There was some legal trouble, I believe, something about the heirs and co-heirs. Anyhow, the place has been empty for years. That spoils my ghostliness, I'm afraid, but I don't care. There is something strange about the house. I can feel it. I even said so to John one moonlight evening, but he said what I felt was a draught and shut the window. I get unreasonably angry with John sometimes. I'm sure I never used to be so sensitive. I think it is due to this nervous condition. But John says if I feel so, I shall neglect proper self-control, so I take pains to control myself, before him at least, and that makes me very tired. I don't like our room a bit. I wanted one downstairs that opened on the piazza, and had roses all over the window, and such pretty old-fashioned chintz hangings, but John would not hear of it. He said there was only one window, and not room for 2 beds, and no near room for him if I took another. He is very careful and loving, and hardly lets me stir without special direction. I have a scheduled prescription for each hour in the day. He takes all care for me, and so I feel basely ungrateful not to value it more. He said we came here solely on my account, but I was to have perfect rest and all the air I could get. Your exercise depends on your strength, my dear, said he, and your food somewhat in your appetite, but air can absorb all the time. So we took the nursery at the top of the house. It is a big, airy room, the whole floor nearly, with windows that look all ways, and air and sunshine galore. It was nursery first, and then playroom and gymnasium, I should judge, for the windows are barred for little children, and there are rings and things in the walls. The paint and paper look as if a boys' school had used it. It is stripped off, the paper, in great patches all around the head of my bed. About as far as I can reach, and in a great place on the other side of the room low down, I never saw a worse paper in my life. One of those sprawling, flamboyant patterns committing every artistic sin. It is dull enough to confuse the eye in following, pronounced enough to constantly irritate and provoke study, and when you follow the lame, uncertain curves for a little distance, they suddenly commit suicide. plunge off at outrageous angles, destroy themselves in unheard-of contradictions. The color is repellent, almost revolting, a smoldering, unclean yellow, strangely faded by the slow-turning sunlight. It is a dull yet lurid orange in some places, a sickly sulfur tint in others. No wonder the children hated it. I should hate it myself if I had to live in this room long. There comes John, and I must put this away. He hates to have me write a word. We have been here 2 weeks, and I haven't felt like writing before since that first day. I am sitting by the window now, up in this atrocious nursery, and there is nothing to hinder my writing as much as I please, save lack of strength. John is away all day, and even some nights when his cases are serious. I am glad my case is not serious, but these nervous troubles are dreadfully depressing. John does not know how much I really suffer. He knows there is no reason to suffer, and that satisfies him. Of course it is only nervousness. It does weigh on me so not to have my duty in any way. I meant to be such a help to John, such a real resting comfort, and here I am, a comparative burden already. Nobody would believe what an effort it is to do what little I am able, dress and entertain and order things. It is fortunate Mary is so good with the baby, such a dear baby, and yet I cannot be with him. It makes me so nervous. I suppose John never was nervous in his life. He laughs at me so about this wallpaper. At first he meant to repaper the room, but afterwards he said that I was letting it get the better of me, and that nothing was worse for a nervous patient than to give way to such fancies. He said that after the wallpaper was changed, it would be the heavy bedstead, then the barred windows, and then that gate at the head of the stairs, and so on. You know the place is doing you good, he said, and really, dear, I don't care to renovate the house just for a 3 months rental. Then do let us go downstairs, I said. There are such pretty rooms there. Then he took me in his arms and called me a blessed little goose, and said that he would go down to the cellar if I wished, and have it whitewashed into the bargain. But he is right enough about the beds and windows and things. It is an airy and comfortable room, as anyone need wish, and of course, I would not be so silly as to make him uncomfortable just for a whim. I'm really getting quite fond of the big room, all but that horrid paper. Out of one window, I can see the garden, those mysterious, deep-shaded arbors, the riotous old-fashioned flowers and bushes and gnarly trees. Out of another, I get a lovely view of the bay, and a little private wharf belonging to the estate. There is a beautiful shaded lane that runs down there from the house. I always fancy I see people walking in these numerous paths and arbors, but John has cautioned me not to give way to fancy in the least. He says that with my imaginative power and habit of story-making, a nervous weakness like mine is sure to lead to all manner of excited fancies, and that I ought to use my will and good sense to check the tendency, so I try. I think sometimes that if I were only well enough to write a little, it would relieve the press of ideas and rest me. But I find I got pretty tired when I try. It is so discouraging not to have any advice and companionship about my work. When I get really well, John says we will ask Cousin Henry and Julia down for a long visit. But he says he would as soon put fireworks in my pillowcase so as to let me have those simulating people about now. I wish I could get well faster. But I must not think about that. This paper looks to me as if it knew what a vicious influence it had. There is a recurrent spot where the pattern lolls like a broken neck, and 2 bulbous eyes stare at you upside down. I get positively angry with the impertinence of it and the everlastingness. Up and down and sideways they crawl, and those absurd, unblinking eyes are everywhere. There is one place where 2 breasts didn't match, and the eyes go all up and down the line, one a little higher than the other. I never saw so much expression in an inanimate thing before, and we all know how much expression they have. I used to lie awake as a child and get more entertainment and terror out of blank walls and plain furniture than most children could find in a toy store. I remember what a kindly wink the knobs of our big old bureau used to have, and there was one chair that always seemed like a strong friend. I used to feel that if any of the other things looked too fierce, I could always hop into that chair and be safe. The furniture in this room is no worse than inharmonious, however, for we had to bring it all from downstairs. I suppose when this was used as a playroom, they had to take the nursery things out, and no wonder. I never saw much ravages as the children have made here. The wallpaper, as I said before, is torn off in spots, and it sticketh closer than a brother. They must have had perseverance as well as hatred. Then the floor is scratched and gouged and splintered, the plaster itself is dug out here and there, and this great heavy bed, which is all we found in the bedroom, looks as if it had been through the wars. But I don't mind it a bit, only the paper. There comes John's sister, such a dear girl as she is, and so careful of me. I must not let her find me writing. She is a perfect and enthusiastic housekeeper, and hopes for no better profession. I verily believe she thinks it is the writing which made me sick. But I can write when she is out, and see her a long way off from these windows. There is one that commands the road, a lovely shady riding road, and one that just looks off over the country, a lovely country too, full of great elms and velvet meadows. This wallpaper has a kind of sub-pattern in a different shade, a particularly irritating one, where you can only see it in certain lights, not clearly then. But in the places where it isn't faded, and where the sun is just so, I can see a strange, provoking, formless sort of figure that seems to skulk about behind that silly and conspicuous front design. There's Sister on the stairs. Well, the 4th of July is over, the people are gone, and I am tired out. John thought it might do me good to see a little company, so we just had Mother and Nellie and the children down for a week. Of course, I didn't do a thing. Jenny sees to everything now, but it tired me all the same. John says if I don't pick up faster, he shall send me to Ware Mitchell in the fall. But I don't want to go there at all. I had a friend who was in his hands once, and she says he is just like John and my brother, only more so. Besides, it is an undertaking to go so far. Just have a sipple. Else here I have to read the Yellow Wallpaper in school. I did not have to read it in school. This is actually my second or third time reading it now. Written a protest to call my medical practice for women at the time. Unfortunately, I actually still see this a lot. A lot of times when a woman has these kind of ailments, men just kind of assume they're hysterical. Did Frankenstein, Desire, and this one about the Journal of a GI that went to Vietnam War. It's interesting. Alrighty, let me pick back up. Besides, it is such an undertaking to go so far. I don't feel as if it was worthwhile to turn my hand over for anything, and I'm getting dreadfully fretful and querulous. I cry at nothing, and cry most of the time. Of course I don't when John is here, or anybody else, but when I am alone. And I am alone a good deal just now. John is kept in town very often by serious cases, and Jenny is good and lets me alone when I want her to. So I walk a little in the garden, or down that lovely lane, sit on the porch under the roses, and lie down up there a good deal. I'm getting really fond of the room in spite of the wallpaper, perhaps because of the wallpaper. It dwells in my mind so. I lie here on this great immovable bed, it is nailed down I believe, and follow that pattern about by the hour. It is as good as gymnastics, I assure you. I start, we'll say, at the bottom, down in the corner over there where it has not been touched, and I determine for the 1000th time that I will follow that pointless pattern to some sort of a conclusion. I know little of the principle of design, and I know this thing was not arranged on any laws of radiation, or alternation, or repetition, or symmetry, or anything else that I ever heard of. It is repeated, of course, by the breaths, but not otherwise. Looked at in one way, each breath stands alone, the bloated curves and flourishes, a kind of debased Romanesque with delirium tremens, go waddling up and down in isolated columns of fatuity. But on the other hand, they connect diagonally, and the sprawling outlines run off in great slanting waves of optic horror, like a lot of wallowing seaweeds in full chase. The whole thing goes horizontally too, at least it seems so, and I exhaust myself in trying to distinguish the order of its going in that direction. They've used a horizontal breath for a frieze, and that adds wonderfully to the confusion. There is one end of the room where it is almost intact, and there, when the crosslights fade and the low sun shines directly upon it, I can almost fancy radiation after all. The interminable grotesques seem to form around a common center and rush off in headlong plunges of equal distraction. It makes me tired to follow it. I will take a nap, I guess. I don't know why I should write this. I don't want to. I don't feel able. And I know John would think it absurd, but I must say what I feel and think in some way. It is such a relief. But the effort is getting to be greater than the relief. Half the time now I am awfully lazy and lie down ever so much. John says I mustn't lose my strength, and has me take cod liver oil and lots of tonics and things, to say nothing of ale and wine and rare meat. Dear John, he loves me very dearly, and hates to have me sick. I tried to have a real earnest, reasonable talk with him the other day, and tell him how I wish he would let me go and make a visit to Cousin Henry and Julia. He said I wasn't able to go, nor able to stand it after I got there. I did not make out a very good case for myself, for I was crying before I had finished. It is getting to be a great effort for me to think straight, just this nervous weakness, I suppose. And dear John gathered me up in his arms, and just carried me upstairs and laid me on the bed, and sat by me and read to me till I tired my head. He said I was his darling and his comfort and all he had, and that I must take care of myself for his sake and keep well. He says no one but myself can help me out of it, that I must use my will and self-control and not let any silly fancies run away with me. There's one comfort. The baby is well and happy, and does not have to occupy this nursery. It does not have to occupy this nursery with the horrid wallpaper. If we had not used it, that blessed child would have. What a fortunate escape. Why, I wouldn't have a child of mine, an impressionable little thing, live in such a room for worlds. I never thought of it before, but it is lucky that John kept me here after all. I can stand it so much easier than a baby, you see. Of course, I never mention it to them anymore. I am too wise, but I keep watch of it all the same. There are things in that paper that nobody knows but me, or ever will. Behind that outside pattern, the dim shapes get clearer every day. It is always the same shape, only very numerous. And it is like a woman stooping down and creeping about behind that pattern. I don't like it a bit. I wonder. I begin to think. I wish John would take me away from here. It is so hard to talk with John about my case, because he is so wise, and because he loves me so. But I tried it last night. It was moonlight. The moon shines all around just as the sun does. I hate to see it sometimes. It creeps so slowly, and always comes in by one window or another. John was asleep, and I hated to waken him, so I kept still and watched the moonlight on that undulating wallpaper till I felt creepy. The faint figure behind seemed to shake the pattern, just as if she wanted to get out. I got up softly and went to feel and see if the paper did move, and when I came back, John was awake. "What is it, little girl?" he said. "Don't go walking about like that. You'll get cold." I thought it was a good time to talk, so I told him that I really was not gaining here, and that I wished he would take me away. "My darling," said he, our lease will be up in 3 weeks, and I can't see how to leave before. The repairs are not done at home, and I cannot possibly leave town just now. Of course, if you were in any danger, I could and would, but you really are better, dear, whether you can see it or not. I am a doctor, dear, and I know. You are gaining flesh and color. Your appetite is better. I feel really much easier about you." "I don't weigh a bit more," said I, "nor as much, and my appetite may be better in the evening when you are here, but it is worse in the morning when you are away." "Bless her little heart," said he with a big hug. "She shall be as sick as she pleases, but now let's improve the shiny hours by going to sleep and talk about it in the morning." "And you won't go away?" I asked gloomily. "Why, how can I, dear? It is only 3 weeks more, and then we will take a nice little trip of a few days, while Jenny is getting the house ready. Really, dear, you are better." "Better in body, perhaps," I began, and stopped short, for he sat up straight and looked at me with such a stern, reproachful look that I could not say another word. "My darling," said he, "I beg of you, for my sake and for our child's sake, as well as for your own, that you will never for one instant let that idea enter your mind. There is nothing so dangerous, so fascinating, to a temperament like yours. It is a false and foolish fancy. Can you not trust me as a physician when I tell you so?" So of course I said no more on that score, and we went to sleep before long. He thought I was asleep first, but I wasn't, and lay there for hours trying to decide whether that front pattern and the back pattern really did move together or separately. On a pattern like this, by daylight, there is a lack of sequence, a defiance of law, that is a constant irritation to a normal mind. Color is hideous enough, and unreliable enough, and infuriating enough, but the pattern is torturing. You think you have mastered it, but just as you get well underway in following, it turns a back somersault, and there you are. It slaps you in the face, knocks you down, and tramples upon you. It is like a bad dream. The outside pattern is a florid arabesque, reminding one of a fungus. If you can imagine a toadstool in joints, an interminable swing of toadstools, budding and sprouting in endless convolutions. Why, that is something like it. That is sometimes. There is one marked peculiar... Sorry, I'm really stumbling on some of these words. There was one marked peculiarity about this paper, a thing nobody seems to notice but myself, and that is that it changes as the light changes. When the sun shoots in through the east window, I always watch for that first long, straight ray. It changes so quickly that I can never quite believe it. That is why I watch it always. By moonlight, the moon shines, and all night when there is a moon. I couldn't know it was the same paper. At night, in any kind of light, in twilight, candlelight, lamplight, and worst of all by moonlight, it becomes bars. The outside pattern, I mean, and the woman behind it is as plain as it can be. I didn't realize for a long time what the thing was that showed behind, that dim sun pattern, but now I am quite sure it is a woman. By daylight she is subdued, quiet. I fancy it is the pattern that keeps her so still. It is so puzzling, it keeps me quiet by the hour. I lie down ever so much now. John says it is good for me, and to sleep all I can. Indeed, he started the habit by making me lie down for an hour after each meal. It is a very bad habit, I am convinced, for you see I don't sleep. And that cultivates deceit, for I don't tell them I'm awake. Oh no. The fact is, I am getting a little afraid of John. He seems very queer sometimes, and even Jenny has an inexplicable look. It strikes me occasionally, just as a scientific hypothesis, that perhaps it is the paper. I have watched John when he did not know I was looking, and come into the room suddenly on the most innocent excuses, and I've caught him several times looking at the paper. And Jenny too. I caught Jenny with her hand on it once. She didn't know I was in the room, and when I asked her in a very quiet voice with the most restrained manner possible, what she was doing with the paper, she turned around as if she had been caught stealing, and looked quite angry, asked me why I should frighten her so. Then she said that the paper stained everything it touched, and that she had found yellow smooches on all my clothes and John's, and she wished we would be more careful. Did that not sound innocent? But I know she was studying that pattern, and I am determined that nobody shall find it out but myself. Life is very much more exciting now than it used to be. You see, I have something more to expect, to look forward to watch. I really do eat better, and am more quiet than I was. John is so pleased to see me improve. He laughed a little the other day, and said I seemed to be flourishing in spite of my wallpaper. I turned it off with a laugh. I had no intention of telling him it was because of the wallpaper. He would make fun of me. He might even want to take me away. I don't want to leave now until I have found it out. There is a week more, and I think that will be enough. I'm feeling ever so much better. I don't sleep much at night, for it is so interesting to watch developments, but I sleep a good deal in the daytime. In the daytime it is tiresome and perplexing. There are always new shoots on the fungus, and new shades of yellow all over it. I cannot keep account of them, though I have tried conscientiously. It is the strangest yellow, that wallpaper. It makes me think of all the yellow things I ever saw. Not beautiful ones like buttercups, but old, foul, bad yellow things. But there is something else about that paper, the smell. I noticed it the moment we came into the room, but with so much air and sun it was not bad. Now we have had a week of fog and rain, and whether the windows are open or not, the smell is here. Alrighty, we'll see you later, Witch Weaver. Thanks for stopping in, I appreciate it. Isn't as intuitive sometimes, huh? Especially when it's fully... Yeah, and there's a lot of older words that I haven't used in particular. You know, it was written a pretty long time ago. So, some of the words just seem a little outdated and a little awkward, just because I haven't used them before. It creeps all over the house. I find it hovering in the dining room, skulking in the parlor, hiding in the hall, lying in wait for me on the stairs. It gets into my hair. Even when I go to ride, if I turn my head suddenly and surprise it, there is that smell. Such a peculiar odor, too. I have spent hours in trying to analyze it, to find what it smelled like. It is not bad, at first, and very gentle, but quite the subtlest, most enduring odor I ever met. In this damp weather it is awful. I wake up in the night and find it hanging over me. It used to disturb me at first. I thought seriously of burning the house, to reach the smell. But now I am used to it. The only thing I can think of that is like it is the color of the paper, a yellow smell. There is a very funny mark on this wall, low down, near the mopboard, a streak that runs around the room. It goes behind every piece of furniture, except the bed. A long, straight, even smooch, as if it had been rubbed over and over. I wonder how it was done and who did it, and what they did it for. Round and round and round, round and round and round, it makes me dizzy. I really have discovered something at last. Through watching so much at night, when it changes so, I have finally found out. The front pattern does move, and no wonder. The woman behind shakes it. Sometimes I think there are a great many women behind, and sometimes only one, and she crawls around fast and her crawling shakes it all over. Then in the very bright spots she keeps still, and in the very shady spots she just takes hold of the bars and shakes them hard. And she is all the time trying to climb through, but nobody could climb through that pattern. It strangles so. I think that is why it has so many heads. They get through, and then the pattern strangles them off, turns them upside down, and makes their eyes white. If those heads were covered or taken off, it would not be half so bad. I think that woman gets out in the daytime, and I'll tell you why, privately. I've seen her. I can see her out of every one of my windows. It is the same woman, I know, but she is always creeping, and most women do not creep by daylight. I see her on that long road under the trees, creeping along, and when a carriage comes, she hides under the blackberry vines. I don't blame her a bit. It must be very humiliating to be caught creeping by daylight. I always lock the door when I creep by daylight. I can't do it at night, for I know John would suspect something at once. And John is so queer now that I don't want to irritate him. I wish he would take another room. Besides, I don't want anybody to get that woman out at night but myself. I often wonder if I could see her out of all the windows at once. But turn as fast as I can only see out of one at a time. And though I always see her, she may be able to creep faster than I can turn. I have watched her sometimes away, off in the open country, creeping as fast as a cloud shadow in a high wind. If only that top pattern could be gotten off from the under one. I mean to try it, little by little. I have found out another funny thing, but I shan't tell it this time. It does not do to trust people too much. There are only 2 more days to get this paper off, and I believe John is beginning to notice. I don't like the look in his eyes, and I heard him ask Jenny a lot of professional questions about me. She had a very good report to give. She said I slept a good deal in the daytime. John knows I don't sleep very well at night, for all I'm so quiet. He asked me all sorts of questions too, and pretended to be very loving and kind, as if I couldn't see through him. Still, I don't wonder he acts so, sleeping under this paper for 3 months. It only interests me, but I feel sure John and Jenny are secretly affected by it. Hurrah, this is the last day, but it is enough. John is to stay in town overnight and won't be out until this evening. Jenny wanted to sleep with me, the sly thing, but I told her I should undoubtedly rest better for the night all alone. That was clever, for really, I wasn't alone a bit. As soon as it was moonlight and that poor thing began to crawl and shake the pattern, I got up and ran to help her. I pulled and she shook. I shook and she pulled, and before morning we had peeled off yards of that wallpaper. A strip about as high as my head and half around the room. And then when the sun came and that awful pattern began to laugh at me, I declared I would finish it today. We go away tomorrow, and they are moving all my furniture down again to leave things as they were before. Jenny looked at the wall in amazement, but I told her merrily that I did it out of pure spite at the vicious thing. She laughed and said she wouldn't mind doing it herself, but I must not get tired. How she betrayed herself that time. But I am here, and no person touches this paper but me, not alive. She tried to get me out of the room. It was too patent. But I said it was so quiet and empty and clean now that I believed I would lie down again and sleep all I could, and not to wake me even for dinner. I would call when I woke. So now she is gone, and the servants are gone, and the things are gone, and there is nothing left but that great bedstead nailed down, with the canvas mattress we found on it. We shall sleep downstairs tonight, and take the boat home tomorrow. I quite enjoy the room, now it is bare again. How there's children to tear about here. This bedstead is fairly gnawed, but I must get to work. I have locked the door and thrown the key down into the front path. I don't want to go out, and I don't want to have anybody come in till John comes. I want to astonish him. I've got a rope up here that even Jenny did not find. If that woman does get out and tries to get away, I can tie her. But I forgot that I could not reach far without anything to stand on. This bed will not move. I tried to lift and push it until it was lame, and then I got so angry I bit off a little piece at one corner, but it hurt my teeth. Then I peeled off all the paper I could reach standing on the floor. It sticks horribly, and the pattern just enjoys it. All those strangled heads and bulbous eyes and waddling fungus growths just shriek with derision. I'm getting angry enough to do something desperate. Jump out of the window would be admirable exercise, but the bars are too strong even to try. Besides, I wouldn't do it. Of course not. I know well enough that a step like that is improper and might be misconstrued. I don't like to look out of the windows even. There are so many of those creeping women, and they creep so fast. I wonder if they all come out of that wallpaper as I did. But I am securely fastened now by my well-hidden rope. You don't get me out the road there. I suppose I shall have to get behind the pattern when it comes night, and that is hard. It is so pleasant to be out in this great room and creep around as I please. I don't want to go outside. I won't, even if Jenny asks me to. For outside you have to creep on the ground, and everything is green instead of yellow. But here I can creep smoothly on the floor, and my shoulder just fits in that long smooch around the wall, so I cannot lose my way. Why, there's John at the door. It is no use, young man, you can't open it. Howdy he does call and pound. Now he's crying for an axe. It would be a shame to break down that beautiful door. John dear, I said in the gentlest voice, the key is down by the front steps, under a plantain leaf. That silenced him for a few moments. Then he said, very quietly indeed, open the door, my darling. I can't, said I. The key is down by the front door, under a plantain leaf. And then I said it again, several times, very gently and slowly, and said it so often that he had to go and see. And he got it, of course, and came in. He stopped short by the door. What is the matter? He cried. For God's sake, what are you doing? I kept on creeping just the same, but I looked at him over my shoulder. I've got out at last, said I, in spite of you and Jane, and I've pulled off most of the paper so you can't put me back. Now why should that man have fainted? But he did, and right across my path by the wall, so that I had to creep over him every time. So yeah, that was the Yellow Wallpaper. Thank you all for your patience. I definitely stumbled a bit through that one. Some of those words are really old at this point. I'm laughing because I know how to say the word plantain. No, thanks for sticking around for that. I hope you folks are liking the short stories. I gotta remember to slow down when I'm reading. It's a good one. I never had to read it in school either. I only learned about it years ago. Yeah, no, I actually only read it a week or two ago, and then decided to throw it in the poll. Good. Glad. And it's also very good practice for just speaking in general. But the Yellow Wallpaper definitely is a story about women's mental illness and how they're treated. It was a different time, but a lot of those themes still kind of resonate today. But it's a nice little story. You know, not all horror has to be blood and guts. But we are a fair ways in, so I'm going to take a break and check and see if dinner's ready. Feel free to grab some water, hydrate, stretch, and I'll be back in just a few minutes, okay? And I am back. Thank you so much for waiting, everybody. Had to help my mother move some stuff into the oven. And also, kind of had to remember that I am raising kids for a second. So, alrighty. So we finished the yellow wallpaper. Oh, what's for dinner? We got mozzarella sticks and some chicken tenders. But they're, like homemade chicken tenders. So, those will be pretty good. Yeah. Be a little bit longer for dinner, but it's cooking. See, you're still here, Winter. See, you're still here, Satan. I appreciate you lurking. Hey, who? Good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping in. We watched a couple videos on sleep paralysis earlier. I just finished reading the Yellow Wallpaper on stream. Oh, Silky's still here. Thank you so much for lurking. Oh, it's good to see you folks. I'm glad you could make it. I'm just trying to decide which Backrooms game to start up. A Backrooms book? Well, there isn't necessarily a Backrooms book, but the Yellow Wallpaper is sometimes associated with the Backrooms. The Yellow Wallpaper is a reference to women's mental illness and how they're treated. But the Yellow Wallpaper, because the Backrooms wallpaper is yellow, there is that kind of association, even though they aren't too related. I played a few in VR, but they didn't seem to translate well as horror games. Yeah, Backrooms is kind of a tough one, I think. The Kane Pixel series is probably the best interpretation so far. Let me just Steam, see which ones I've got installed. Yeah. But again, we'll play a Backrooms game and see if it's for me and for us, see if we enjoy it or not. I don't have quite as many topics yet to just bring up as other streamers yet. Hello, Strider. How you doing? Good to see you. I've seen so many Backrooms games that they all kind of blend together. I think I like the Wikidot stuff the most. Okay. Wikidot. And I'll have to keep that in mind. But yeah, there's so many that all just kind of blends together. I wound up getting a humble bundle, like 6 games for $10, so I figured we would try a Backrooms game tonight, see if it's something we like on this stream, and if we don't, then I get probably a couple hundred other games to try. Let's see. Alright, so picking at random. Liminal Waters. Just a moment or two to get through the installation. And alright. That is rather loud on my end. Okay. Let me try and change the category. Bookmark that. change category real quick. Thank you for all your patience. Still very new to this. Right. Liminal Waters. Right, and then let me set sure. How is the audio for everybody? A little bit loud for me. I actually have a decent pair of headphones, so I forget just it sometimes. Tad loud? Alright. So it's not just me. Let's turn. Okay. Alright, is this better for everybody? Because this does seem like a kind of a loud one for a Backrooms game. Courage emote. Yeah, y'all think this is better level? Alright. Again, let me know if I need to adjust anything, because it's hard to tell. EK Productions. Silent Snake. What is that? Is it still too loud, Who? I can lower it further. Slate carry. Alright. Okay. Well, that was an easy achievement. Rule rules: no diving, no running, no food, no glass, swim at your own risk, no exceptions. Okay, are these... That's the flashlight. Are these lockers? No, they're not lockers. Changing rooms. Okay. That is awful bright. That's just a light, okay, it's not a doorway. Wheelchair. Footprints. That's a nice mural. Giant rubber duck. Okay. Alright, no jumping, so no platforming. That's a really nice pattern. Full float. Wow. Surprising amount of variety. it would be the evil red lighting. Okay. Maybe not that way. Then. Shower or something. Oh, it's moving me a little bit. Okay, I don't remember the purple light. I do like how they're using a bunch of strong colors. More footprints. I don't think I can open any doors. Lots of ambient noises. All the water sloshing actually is creepy. That's all you hear, the end, and just all this water. Okay. Alright. Swings one way, I guess. Ambient noises. For a second I thought I actually got it open. Oh, more blue floats. Alligators. I can kick them around a little bit. Our footprints. Alright, that's the red room, so I've definitely turned around already. There's a shift to run. I wonder if there's like a stamina. Footprints. There's the yellow room. Already been through there. What's the bit? Okay. Pipe. Yeah, because I remember we came out of here. Yeah, no, I always figured that a lot of streamers just have poor sense of direction, but these are just genuinely easy to get lost in. It's creepy. It's like some alien type music. That's blood. Here. Another nice mural. Something down here. Are the ducks talking to me? Is there something get out of the water? Vending machines, that's new. It's a dead end. It just leads back to this Olympic pool. It's definitely a good idea on them to use so many different colors. Okay, we're going the same direction as the footprints. That's worrying. Are these all gonna start screaming? Alright. Give me just a moment. I think dinner's ready. So I'll be right back. I am back, so sorry for the wait. Turns out my girls used all the plates for their snacks. So I had to wash a few plates just to get dinner plated. Let's see. Tomato sausage sandwich, that sounds interesting. Yeah, well, what can you do? Kids will be kids, especially because of summer vacation, the kids gotta eat all the time. So, we are back. Let's see if all these are gonna scream at once or not. Not very smooth on the stairs. Green duck, red duck. I'm about to get locked in, aren't I? Flickering light. Not getting locked in. That doesn't look like a duck. Scary red lights. Very scary ambient music. A ladder up there? Flipping out of the ceiling. No, that's just holding up a pipe, okay. Taser duck. Oh, imagine being the one guy who gets stabbed with a duck-shaped taser. That's a big chair. It is the world's biggest lawn chair. Okay, light blue. It's a nice gentle color. Another knot duck. Over there? No. Okay. Just get off the leg. The light's kind of hurting my eyes. Try not to look directly at it. It really sounds like something, a duck cult meeting. We're all looking at the same direction. Yeah, that's creepy. That's creepy. Wonder what kind of deity a duck cult would worship. I think Donald, maybe? That's some horrible noise. I think that's the first yellow duck we've seen in a while. Oh, that's mold. And crying. That is mold and crying. Purple bisexual lighting. We've already seen the purple bisexual lighting. Work it, girl. That was an interesting pose for a statue. That is a lot of mold. I think we found what the duck cult worships. Scratch and sniff. Let's not. I don't know. If there's this much mold and vines and stuff growing, I'm guessing the pool doesn't have like a crap ton of chlorine in it. Wow, it's all overgrown. Because there's only the mold and stuff in this particular area. Why was I seeing red reflections? Oh. I thought it would be heavier. Okay. Alright, well, guess I'm just heading back. Hang this all up on the ceiling. Jeez. I wonder if this is why there's a backrooms janitor game. This stuff cannot be fun to breathe in, though. Oh, don't tell me this is Weeping Angel type shit. Okay, this has got to be a fake out. Okay. You've completed one level. I'm just kind of floating. I'm not pressing nothing. That just deposits water. One way to go. Okay, we've got the purple bisexual lighting back. Huh. I like the pattern on that. That reminds me of Howlite Stone. Oh, I did not expect it to actually open. Some kind of actual office. Pizza. Revive the shift, see you tomorrow. Nope, cherry cola. Come on, let me eat. Missing idiots. Hey boss, I quit. Gavi. Must be developers or something. Water cooler. Server room. Locked door. Is that giant red ball there at first? Red ball. I don't remember seeing the giant red ball. Huh. Well, at least that one's not screaming at us. Server room, okay. Please help keep this place clean and tidy. Here's a different color. That one. Okay. Good. So that's it for this area. I don't know why it's playing a different sound, but that made me jump a little. Alrighty, guess there's nothing out there. Back to the purple. Alright, so I came from that way. Guess we're going upstairs. Another bathroom. Wait a second. It's males and females. Why does it have urinals? I don't think a woman wants to see that. Just anyone when I've met. These pipes. No. Duck. Okay. Well, the flushing got me. Took us from home. That was not there before. Take a quick break. Oh, I didn't expect that to open. Alright, we got some power generators. You can flush the toilets in this game, 10 out of 10. I actually didn't flush them, they just kind of went on their own. Made me jump. Imagine the toilet flushes when you're not paying attention. It's like those automatic toilets. Alright, nothing there. 11 out of 10. Even better, self-flushing toilets in a video game. The next AAA development has self-flushing toilets. Okay, for a second I thought that was a person. No, it's just these pipes. I'm a simple man. Hey, be a simple kind of man. I actually got to see Lynyrd Skynyrd live in concert on like their farewell tour. They actually did an encore and played Freebird, and I was so stoked at the time. But last I heard, they wanted to keep it in the family, so eventually their kids are gonna be the next Lynyrd Skynyrd, which I think is a really nice thing. Should I? No? Okay. Can I? Yes, I can jump. It's a silly thing to have to check, but... It's a lot of circles. I think this is the deepest water we've been in. Huh. Alright, there's the speakers, so that explains something. Dope acoustics. Yeah, no, I agree. You can still hear it. Alright, I should slow down. I do not want to see if I can take fall damage. I think the lights are just a little too bright, though. So far, this has actually been really interesting. am getting to the point where I don't want to look down. Very, very vertical. Man, this is a lot of stairs. Okay. Enough of this. Okay. Duck with the glowing eyes. That's. I hope it's a duck. Alright. Floor change. Is the duck tracking? No, I'm just paranoid. Okay. Thought it was like one of those paintings. But the glowing eyes on the duck was a little creepy, yeah. Heights give you the creeps? Sometimes. It depends. Video games not so much, but I do get vertigo in real life. A different song. This is the jam. Honestly, this one's a jam. This is actually really cool. It's almost like a Zen garden type of thing. Rudiger arrow, huh? I'm honestly not sure what that term means. But I'm guessing it's kind of a decorator's term like feng shui or something, right? And they even got the hum of the lights in. Lots of details. Okay, a giant face with giant stone face. Okay, my flashlight is on, it's just not helping much. What happened to your nose, buddy? More not ducks. More super bright lights. If every Backrooms game has entities in it? I'm not sure. Because in the Backrooms wikis, there are levels without entities, so I could guess that there's Backrooms games without entities. These plant. And a Scenic. Had back in Windows 7 days. Oh! Arrow, yeah, I remember. I like the ones without enemies more. It gives me subtle, creepy stuff. Yeah, you know, because I really like how I think Backrooms is really more about exploring and being lost. You know, it's, you know, the rising and the falling. The dread, I think, is more important than just the actual jump scare and suddenly you're dead. And it's like in a lot of horror games, it's the first couple times you're up against something is the scariest. But you know, after the 6th or 7th time you've been killed by a single creature or entity, or you've been stuck in one spot, it really loses its charm real quick. But I really like these, just the ones where you just explore. Because I just love seeing what people do with like architecture and stuff. Because I'm trying to remember, there was this one game that came out around the Portal era that used color instead of portals. I can't remember the name of it, but it did some really good stuff with non-Euclidean architecture. There was actually a couple spots that you would loop a few times, then you eventually got through it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that was loud. Okay. Ooh. Do I want to go through the mold rooms? Oh. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I was not expecting something that loud. Do you guys want me to turn it down another notch? Because I can't imagine what that would have been if I didn't turn my headset down. Are you guys alright? I'm gonna just turn that down anyway. Down another couple decibels. Just to be safe. Oh, you're okay? Alright. I just don't want anybody getting spooked me more than anything. Alright. So I'll put it just about where it was. Okay. Oh. This is completely taken over this area. Spiderweb. That's... Is that heartbeat or footsteps? Definitely hear a thump. Lawn chair's complete. Creepy ambient music. Spider webs. Flashlight is not doing chair. This is it's dried up. Sign. Well, okay, for some reason I thought it was a hornet's nest. A big statue head. Okay, it got really narrow. On the flooded restroom. And crouch, okay. I thought I needed to use it though. Muffled, distorted voices, creepy. I do like how they use these strong colors as like almost markers. It definitely sticks in your head better than some of the other Backrooms games I've seen other streamers play, like Lena or Grimmy. I really like how they use the colors. It's definitely more memorable. It's probably much easier to get lost in just the yellow wallpapered rooms. Okay. Okay, there are stairs. I will be able to get back up. And yeah, that is super ominous. That is super bright. Okay, so that's just a loop. It's like a map in Doom or Quake. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a couple of really interesting maps on like YouTube videos, but I will admit I haven't played Quake. I played a little bit of classic Doom. I think I got like halfway through one of the modern Doom games. And they're very solid games. I'm just really bad at finishing games because I'll get halfway through a game and then I'll get busy or we'll have some kind of crisis. And if I come back to a game like months later, I won't remember. Okay. So that is where we came from. So I must have missed something because that's the big old mold hallways. All the mold stuff just pops me out there. Did I miss? Rules help. Because I came out of that way too. Oh. Because... Because that was the end of the mold room. Which popped me out here. Kind of interesting that they only put it on one side, though. I could have totally missed this. Alright. So... the trick's over there. And that red room... Was there another direction through? I guess I gotta check this area again. This is so creepy with the spider webs, though. Okay. Water. Most dangerous type of water, and you walked right into it. Yeah. It does not get less creepy on a second run through. But I must be missing something. Must have missed a door somewhere. Ew. That does not look good. Is this a trick? Oh, can't go through it. Okay. Alright, and then we're back out here. Alright, so I guess I have to go back to that red room area. Alright. Yeah. That's a spooky statue. Something over here? It's not. Okay, the statue's different. It's two different statues are that close together. That's just the red pillar room. I'm definitely missing something somewhere. Behind. There's nothing over there. Is there something on the other side? Oh, yep. There's steps. I completely missed those. Spooky. You almost expect something to start crawling out of those holes. Oh, another exit? Okay. Yeah, no. Let's just go around like a sane person. Where? Oh, man. Oh, it is gonna be that way, huh? Well, there's no other way to interpret this. At least I can't see the bottom. Well, I am going to assume I do not take fall damage. Rough landing. Oh, that's bright. Alrighty. One moment, I'm gonna take a couple bites of my food. Alrighty, I am back and take a look at level 3. Okay, they're using a different texture. And dead end. Some more creepy ducks. And I'm glad we have a sprint just for getting through. Definitely helps with backtracking, but so far we haven't had anything to run from, so that's a relief. Slide. Unisex bathroom and urinals. I don't know why that icks me. Take this direction. Lion statue. Yeah, that's the first flamingo we've seen. For some reason, that's the one thing that I can't move. I like pool floats move, just not that one. Ready? This way. Huh. So that's like 3 dead ends so far. Nope. Alright, back to the start. Right. Oh, nice little, some more inner. Very bright white light. Might have been good if they had the signs just like changed throughout. The thing with the back rooms is it's supposed to be less remembered each time, and they did that with the ducks. How the ducks got warped, but none of the writing. Like I would think the writing would get messed up first. Okay. Yep, that did look like a person. Okay, so is there just 2 tubes? Mind if they make it look like AI recreate a sign, since it would make more sense in this place, right? Hey. And what's this one? Okay, so that's just a dead end. This one's probably also a dead end. Yep. Okay. Okay, yes, that would be the empty spaces. Okay, that makes sense. For some reason, I thought these two openings were closer together. So that middle one just wasn't on this side. It was weird. Oh yeah, very textured. That shows what you can do with just very simple textures. Okay. Oh, the deck eyes everywhere. Is there anything better? It's this way. No, I just looped again. Okay. Candles. Another big duck. Flipping through the water. More duck eyes. Curving the geometry really does a lot with that texture. Getting really claustrophobic in here, though. Okay, nothing over here. You didn't see me here. Let me pop out the same side. Just kept going. Down here, down back. Ooh, the tube lights are neat. Alright, so this is like the best pool ever. Yeah, no, I mean this would be a pretty interesting theme park. You know, definitely put up some railings though. Alright. Oh, they're getting bigger. At least they'll still move. But... what am I looking at? Okay, that's where I came from. Other ways. Dry ground again. There's some railings. That's where we were before. Is that a shadow? Or just a reflection? Yeah, no, this has actually been really cool. Creepy ducks. And they're completely black instead of like blue or red. Oh, there's the other side of where we started. Just because one door opened, I have to check them all now. There's some plants on that side. Oh, that's a railing, so I don't want to jump that. Okay, statue looks a little out of place there. Alright, why are the doors all open outward? Gonna scream at me? No? Gonna flush the toilet at me? No. 'Cause now I'm expecting it. It won't happen. Courtesy flush, yep. But you know, that's the thing. If you overuse a gag like that, it's not as good. Just doing it once in the entire game is enough to make me paranoid for the rest of it. You know what though? They use so many different tiles and textures and stuff that I've seen in actual bathrooms. And it's a little weird. Definitely makes it feel more backroomsy. Okay, gargoyles new. The scariest part of the game so far is public toilets. Yep, no, I can understand that. Alrighty. What's behind? Oh. Windows. Hands. I know, that's one thing about backrooms games. You have an excuse to put whatever you want in them, in the weirdest places. And nobody will even care. Circles. And a big theme of this just seems to be that something's watching you all the time. Duck's eyes. All these circles. All the statues, especially that one that moved. Really unnerving. Did you see it? A really big, wide open space. Okay. Should be a command for sure. Do you see it? Okay. So I will write that down. And I'll figure out how to do that for Nightbot. Because I remember things best when I remember things. Yes, I remember things best when I remember them. When I write them down. Yeah, no. I'll try and get the did you see it as a command for the next stream. That should be easy. I just need to figure out, remember, don't forget. Remember to not forget. Okay, so I am just going to take that and I'm going to do that. Okay. Thank you very much, Who. Now that I've got that copy pasted, I will be able to just throw that right into Nightbot for the next stream. Thank you very much for that, Who. Yeah, I will definitely put did you see it as a command. Can't wait till Nuke's top 5 returns. Yeah, the poor guy was in an accident, I think. Really hope he's doing well, because I did love his content. Hey, Tanu! Good to see you! Thanks for stopping in, I appreciate it, even if you're just lurking. All doing well tonight. Ooh. These are creepy. Candles. Oh, coming out of the mouth, that's... Okay, what's... chest piece? Yeah, I saw the post on Reddit. He'll be back once everything settles down. I think good. I've been here since the reading, hiding in the walls. Well, thank you. I appreciate the lurks. I do have an exclamation mark lurk command if you ever want to use it. Just for the engagement. I'm generally not going to call you out or anything. I might just say hi and let it be. But thank you for showing up. Alright, do I have to platform? I do have to platform, huh? Now I'm just overthinking it. I had a good rhythm going and I ruined it. Oh, first try. Yeah, no, but you can use that command anytime you feel like it. It does help the engagement. I really appreciate you being here. Alright, I'm not sure where to look. That doesn't make any of us motion sick. It'd be funny if Lurk just banned you. No, I'm not that evil. I'd probably use another command for that though. Not more screaming. Infinite hole from Stanley Parable. It might be. We've been falling for a bit. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Any minute. Seems like we're progressing pretty quickly, though. You know, the windows are really unnerving, actually. Got these hole cutouts. Can I get through it, or no? They're just... It's just wall. So far, this has been pretty good, though. That's a creepy fish. He could have put the light on his eye though. That would have been even creepier. Alright, so I think I have to go all the way through, okay. Yeesh. Oh, I can hear that in my head, just Grimmy being Grimmy. Of our fish and pigs. This one is new. Yeah, sorry if I'm being annoying with all the callouts on new stuff. I eventually want to get into game design, so I just kind of notice these things. Sofa. At least it's that crappy pleather stuff. I like when Grandma's just unlocked on a word, he keeps repeating it. Yeah, No, I did the same thing a couple times when I was struggling through reading earlier, but I'll get better. Pay attention to details like that too, so it's nice to see. Good. But I'm glad. Okay. Oh, it's an actual barrier this time. So I have to go around. It is interesting because up until now we've been able to move the ducks. Oh, they're moving a little bit. We probably just turn the weight up really high on those. Okay. Then they introduce a slow-moving item just to screw with us. They do something cool. Oh, I'm reading Nightbot. Nightbot's a viewer too, right? I can say hi to Nightbot. Okay, so that's where I came from. So I guess that corner is the next place to go. Yeah, wooden statue. You're drunk, go home. We're all drunk, go home. Water slushing is a little annoying after all that time, though. Buildings with no doors. Shadows on the walls are really unnerving too. So those light sources don't really line up. That's from a different world. Thing's made out of wood. Okay, so this is just really big color. And this is a slant instead of stairs. I hear that weird opera music anymore, so that must have been from that wooden car. That way. It's a lot of ground to cover, so I guess I'll start here. Okay. So that was just another loop. That's fine. Alright, I like that the sprint is relatively fast, and I like that there's no stamina on it, because that helps with backtracking so much. Especially in a game like this, where you're just walking. Just having little things like that definitely helps. Books. Okay, they're backwards. Just flip the texture. Which is still unnerving in a way. Just flipped it horizontally. Interesting little trick. Did that just move? Did something just move? Weird, it's like sauna and a log cabin. It's interesting. They're all different sizes. It is weird seeing something human-shaped that isn't human. The whole uncanny valley thing. That'd be tedious if it were in Deem Stamina. Yeah, especially if you... I think that stamina only needs to be in the game if you've got something to run away from. If you have a reason to have to manage your stamina, that's one thing. But if you're just making the character out of breath because it's a norm in a different game, it's just annoying. Especially if you don't actually have to run from anything. Can I squeak in here? Oh, okay, I guess not. That's just some random gap. Another bookcase. That's where we came from. Alright, there's just one guy knocked over. What's that way to go? Yeah, because part of what makes the backroom such an interesting environment in video games is you don't have to worry about the architecture's accuracy. Because, I mean, typically when you're building an architecture, you want to use triangles because they're the strongest shape. If you just use like rectangles or squares, they can actually collapse into like a diamond shape. So being able to do unrealistic architecture is pretty neat. Okay. Broken light. Tight spaces. And no water, so this feels completely different from how it's been so far. And there's a guy. If they'd placed it just a little bit differently, it could have been a really good jump scare. But because I could actually see him way back here, I didn't get as jump scared. But if this wall had just been a little bit closer, coming around this corner, it could have been very scary. This side of the wall is different, and we're right back. Right back into the slosh rooms. Starry Bliss. Inspired by a real location. Okay, that's a scary thought. Okay, my flashlight is on. Sometimes it's hard to tell. I can't fit in there either. And then it went from all right angles and 90 degrees. This one has a slight turn to it. So that was made just to change my direction. Just show me where to go. More bizarre architecture. Ooh. They're under the water this time. Instead of floating, they're actually under the water. Because unless the wood is a very dense wood typically floats. Might just be overthinking that one detail. Yeah. Because that one door opened, I now have to check every door. That's a neat little psychological trick. Okay. And then we've got this one pillar going slanted. Oh, a couple pillars going slanted. Once again, we got a new texture on the pillar. Plus we got this children's wrapping paper. Got some more flamingos. Earlier, that one flamingo couldn't be moved. It's really interesting. You can't move any of the flamingo. Can't move any of the flamingo rings. I don't know if that was just an oversight or what. Okay. Yeah. Because as the achievement said, this is the lotus pose. This isn't really a prayer thing. This is just meditation or relaxing. Okay, that being slanted is a little different. Ooh, automatic lighting. How courteous. I'm just gonna pause to take a quick bite of food. Alrighty, I am back. If you ever need to get up and stretch or need to get some water or something, please do so. Because mostly this is kind of boring, but... Alright, we got some more pictures. That looks like a video game. Some offices. A laptop. Mapatsu the goat, keep your area clean as part of your job. Got some more random photos. Big Bree Publishing, Wednesday, 9 a.m. Riley, fix the toilet, please. I love these little links. I don't think that Eknish Rom, that's not English, okay. PC? Old PC. Oh, okay, there's a single ceiling tile missing. That one buzzing and splattering. Yeah, I'll just leave the murder duck alone. Okay. No problem, Sea Satan. Oop. Got some falling ceiling tile. Yeah, no problem. It's been a quiet night, Sea Satan. And I can always pause and do the mod stuff myself if I need to. But so far, it's pretty quiet. But thank you very much for letting me know. Another exit. And I'm still checking all the other doors. Just prepping a pizza for dinner? Nice! Oh, come on, you can't do this to me. Exit's locked. That's just mean. That's just mean. I came from that way. Pretty sure I checked all those doors. Alright. Murder Duck can have his privacy. Down this way? Nope, that's the slant. See, random things like that can be used as waypoint markers. And it's very helpful. Okay. It's the same hallway or... Hydrate. Thank you very much, Strider. Some nice bottled water here. Okay. Lion statue. Duck. Okay, there's an exit sign there. Whoa, that looks like a fun bit of platforming. So, I think I'll save that way for later. Well, let's go for the obvious fake out first. Elevator? Number 98, well. See. Oh. It actually progressed me, okay. 0, -6, -78. Okay, so I can't go back in any of the elevators, I don't think. So, save that progress. Oh, hey, Dark. Good to see ya. Just stopping in, I appreciate it. Alright, another door open by itself. Another office. That is way too much soap. Shane, leave the fucking ducks alone. These ducks really do like, Lone PC, you're the best. Is this a streamer? Does anybody recognize him? Maybe he's one of the devs. Alright. Hey, that's one way to get you and to make sure you're in the credits for these very obvious little rooms and pictures of yourself. Did I just walk into a bad neighborhood? Got this bargain, thank you. Yeah, no problem, Dark. Feel free to lurk. And I do have an exclamation point lurk command if you ever want to just throw some engagement in. I won't call you out or anything, I'll just say hi and that'll usually be it. Yeah, so far this has been pretty fun. That's a lot of drinks. Okay, oven's preheating. I have time. Is that bargain in the PC? Nah, that wasn't me. Huh. That's an interesting design. See the shadows. That's interesting. Anything on the other side of this? Not really. Okay. Oh, I just realized I never switched my model to the gaming one. There we go. There I am, all comfy cozy. This game really likes its drops. Slide of Dreams. Alright, now we're gonna get all weird. Is that just a trick of the light? Because these ones look kind of orange. Okay, yeah, it's a trick of the light. It's a silly dress all over again. It's static up ahead. Okay. That moving around has a cool lighting effect. I can move these. Oops. Did that deck just move? No, it's just something in that hallway. It was totally blue and black, by the way. It was white and gold. You know what? Can I do a poll for this? Oh, well, there's only a handful of people anyway. And I think I actually put this game in, I actually don't think this is in windowed borderless, so I need to stop trying to alt-tab. Facing different directions. And there's a couple different poses. Liminal pyramid. Huh. That's interesting. Instead of the texture, those women statues are just completely light. That's an interesting one. These strange pillars and a pyramid. Oh. This game just loves its drops. Like, I realize it's to mark a transition, but they could use the exit doors too. Okay. The orange light is just a little blinding. Okay, it was very blinding. My eyes did not like the orange there. Doesn't really do much. What? Okay, suddenly we're in Egypt. There's Anubis and I think Ra. So, Gate to the Forgotten Realm. You've reached the original end of the game. Huh. Just done that like in the yellow. Still making good progress. Green. Not sure we've seen much green except for the plants. It's a very bright green too. Segmented cube. Huh. Another music shift. It's a reverb. Kind of relaxing. And a single red duck. Is this a ramp or a seesaw? Alright, I see two directions to go in. Will this do anything particular? Yep, there's a seesaw. Okay. Interesting. Just randomly put that there. I guess this is supposed to be like a place or something. Alright, blue or red? Okay. Don't look Egyptian. It's like Russian Ushankas. Lighting up. They're pointing me to this pillar. And get by them. Okay. Sorry, just observing the reflections disappearing and reappearing. Alright, so I guess now we check the red. Okay. It's an ominous looking duck too. More bright yellow. Okay, that pillar's... Oh, not a pillar, it's just a bunch of boxes. Okay. And another drop. As to all the emptiness, the duck feels comforting even if under evil red lighting. Yeah, you know, it's one of the only... That's one of the few consistent things in all these levels is those ducks. Alrighty. Huh. That's like pink or magenta. That's a new color. At least for the ducks. Some more of the light cubes. Random vent that I can go in. Help. Flip-flop. Okay. These are floating. Yeah, these are actually floating until you touch them. But they're still not contacting each other. I don't know, is that supposed to be? I mean, it must be intentional. Some more lockers. More footprints. More blood. That is a lot of trucks. Alright, how could they scare me here? They could have a truck move and stomp. They could have a truck show its headlights. They could have a truck honk. They could have one of these just randomly accelerate into me, and then we get the isekai ending. Yep, called it. Called it. Murder ducks. The achievement is called Crime Scene. Interesting. That's a lot of blood. There's more blood. That's interesting. Oh. Lavender, I think. By the way, that's really cool lighting. Okay, purple statue. Was purple for a second. Okay, dramatic noise. Okay. Staircase. Go. Okay. Yep, I'm gonna have to kick them all off the bridge. So, is this an allegory for maybe I'm a murderer? Can I just... Oh. Excuse me, sir. Yep. I possibly could have just jumped over them. Ooh. Twisty hallway. Except it's not actually twisting the perspective, it's just geometry like this. Only for a certain colored duck. Found the anomaly. Stand still and watch. Where's the light source? It's just spitting light. Okay. This game developer really loves their drones. I understand it's probably part of the whole backrooms levels thing, but get annoying after the third or fourth time. So now it seems we're getting... Alright. Interesting music. Even seeing one of these guys in a wall. Water's not running. And then a new texture. Or at least a new color. Open door. Another office. Palette. Dad, I wasn't looking. Another flashlight. Vaporwave, is that the name of it? Okay. Alright, so this is still turning off and on the lights. Aim in that way. There's another office. Another video game screenshot. Nope. Oh. Grantler's hot chili chips. So scharf ich going Gutzen. Mario Gutzen. No idea. That was the aesthetic of that purplish tile room. Thank you, Who. You actually know a lot about decorating, huh? Really cool. Any white duck? Huh. Smallest duck we've seen here. Alright, I've been in that office. I've been in that storage hallway. It's ridiculous. Back. Didn't even notice that. That walk. Oh my God. Okay. Relaxing area. Please remain silent. You can't silence me. Oh, that's a big duck. Okay. No bricks over there. Oh, different mural. Having the sharks. I think we've seen that. Okay. Yo. Oh my God, this carpet's like nostalgia in print. Wow. God, I remember a movie theater arcade I went to a couple times that had this exact carpet, only with a little more yellow. That's cool. The games aren't playable. Staircase. You only saw the carpet in movies? No, it was really big in the 90s, I want to say. There was this one movie theater I'd gone to a couple times with my cousin that had very close to that carpet. It was just a couple different colors mixed in, I think. But it was like a whole aesthetic. Whoa. Sorry, folks, that was my webcam mount finally giving out. That's next on my list, is to get a proper one. Just been repurposing a cell phone mount, and it just doesn't have the grip I need for a webcam. Alright. Stairs or a door? Wouldn't make me come all this way up for nothing. Gotta be some trick. That's where I came from. Okay, is there somewhere I need to drop? Oh, there's the stairs. Tucked way into this corner here. Yeah, no, this was an actual carpet at one point, or at least that style. Ah, the yellow is still the brightest to me. Thanks for coming. After you. You found the real exit. And now we're in a well. Some kind of Asian style lantern. That's interesting. Okay, that doesn't look like natural sunlight either. Walls of stone. Welcome to the ancient caves. Huh. Today, I honestly can't tell what it is. Yeah, I think it might be a dog. There's two directions. Another quick bite of food, pardon me. Alright, and we are back. Another statue. It's kind of small. Last tree. How long has it been here? It's on the wall. Alright, well, I don't think I'm supposed to climb it. Left a way to climb back up, so it was headed for you to try again. So I think both of those directions. Is there a trick over here? That way. There's two different ways to go. Alright, if I go from this direction, I see something new. This is in the oven? Nice. What kind of pizza? See? Is there something I'm missing here? Am I supposed to actually climb up this tree? Because this isn't Skyrim. I don't think I can just clip up there. Alright, use key isn't doing much. Space key isn't... Oh. Is that the trick? There we go, okay. No yellow tape on this, or... Say gamers don't look. Basic pepperoni and cheese? Yeah, nothing wrong with that. But homemade, that's bonus. Homemade stuff is always great. We had homemade chicken tenders and some store-bought mozzarella sticks. But it was still really good. Okay. This looks... Then again, you're supposed to be really tense as you're escaping. A little bit of creaking. Okay. This way. Is this a... Well, okay. That was almost some Kaizo level nonsense right there. And I don't like how jerky walking up the stairs is. Vioi, see you, Lupus? Yeah, no, have a good night, Winner. Thank you for stopping by, I appreciate it. Oh, I'm guessing you meant EP. Yeah, no, get some sleep, Winner. Appreciate you coming in. Appreciate you staying. I really do. Falling rocks. Okay. Rolling stick of cheese in my crust when I make homemade pizza. Aroma pepperoni with normal. Yeah, no. Stuffed cheese crust is great. Especially homemade. Some weird architecture here too. I don't think we've escaped yet. And pillars, we're getting some kind of light within the pillars. Now we're still in pool rooms. Not me with a can of Monster and snack. No. As long as you're doing something to balance it out, whether you're eating healthy somewhere else or whether you're doing some exercise every day. I actually hopped on my treadmill for 20 minutes today, so I can feel good about that. Not climbing up those, I don't think. The mode of rising crust pizza than flat crust. Or a fan of rising crust pizza than flat crust? I don't know. I like crust either with some cheese in it or I do like rising crust too because it has more of a texture. Like, if you've ever gotten Little Caesars pizza, we always get the stuffed cheese crust because otherwise it's just not as good. We don't like the less. We don't like the dense crust. There you go. Third can of mustard, dude. I don't know if I need to worry about your heart or your kidneys. Both. And you do you. Just make sure you drink enough water to get all that sugar out of you. Can't be good. Are those weird light pillars? I'm old. Oh, I take 0 sugar ones. Oh, that's good. It's good. Just, I'm a worrywart. I'm still gonna tell you to be careful of the artificial sweeteners too. You figure, well, I know that Splenda was originally developed to be a pesticide, so. Oh wait, it's Gerson Boom Deltarune. Stevia. Maybe that's the one. But I think, I can't remember the chemical name for Splenda, but I think that one was used for a pesticide at one point. Or maybe it was stevia. It was one of the S sweeteners. Not a fan of stevia? Yeah. Well, aspartame. Yeah, I mean, the thing with stevia is it seems that you really have to try and get used to it. My stepfather was diabetic, so that's the only reason that me and my mother got used to Splenda. But even now, I try not to use it. I gotta start keeping regular sugar packets in the house. Sucralose, that's the one. No, yeah. I believe that's the one that was used as a pesticide, and then somebody got on their hands and licked their fingers, and oh, hey, this insect killer tastes sweet. Let's use that in our drinks. You know, like typical American industrialism. Weird family male think. Oh, sugar since got diabetic at like 35. Oh, you're diabetic? I'm sorry, dude. It's rough. My stepfather was diabetic, and I remember all the medical complications he had because he would not take care of himself. All the men close to 40 in my family get diabetes. Yeah, it's really linked to your family. My biological father, I don't have to worry about the diabetes from, but I think my grandmother on my mother's side was diabetic. So, you know, at my current age, it's probably not a bad idea to cut down. Now there's all kinds of issues you can get from diabetes. He actually got like a I want to say like gangrene on his foot, and they actually had to take half his leg to find him type 2. Oh, that's good. So not that bad. My mom is type 1 though. Yeah, that's rough. Completely different treatments and all that. It's just rough. Me and my family's down back, but I eat Trex loads of sugar. Whatever makes you happy, whatever keeps you healthy. Okay, well this is interesting and different. There's been no puzzles, so I don't think I need to take it with. No, can't jump through. Worth a try. Okay, random golden balls. I haven't seen a duck in a while. We are definitely still in the pools. Kind of offering dish. Tomb Raider while I turn to gold. Duck withdrawal, yeah. I mean, they've been watching you the whole game. This is weird. Okay, it's a solid wall. It's gotta go the other way. Why put that there then? Overthinking it. I just hate a bit that people hate like Ozempic because of stupid reason when it's basically for diabetes, not for losing weight. Yeah. People used it for a different use, and suddenly everybody wants it, or everybody hates it, or both. You know? It's just surprising because Ozempic has actually been around for a while, I think. But just because they discovered, oh, hey, they happen to lose weight. Because I think it diminishes their appetite. It's not like it increases their fat burn or their calorie burn. I think it just diminishes their appetite. And there's probably lots of other ways to diminish your appetite. It helps stabilize sugar throughout like 2 weeks. Almost got less than 1 milligram. Wow. That's very effective then. What the heck? Oh, okay. Alright, so they did randomly put a puzzle in. There is a reason that they made sure you saw these. I picked them up. Do I have to hold it? Yeah, I have to hold the E key. A little different. Okay. Is it just the one, or do I probably need the two? I tend to not eat, but the issue is their doctor get them like 4 to 5 milligrams. It has a side effect. Huh. That way too much. Hold the balls. Yeah. Alright. Over. What a first message. What a first message, Clover. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for lurking if you want to lurk. Okay. Can't tell that's ambient noise of screaming there. And a nap. Hope you enjoy the rest of the back rooms. Thank you, Bio. Thank you very much. Same with Asthma's pump. Some people have it and they shouldn't. That's why Asthma's pump price skyrocketed in the past 10 years. Yeah. There's all the nonsense with insurance because they typically pay out a percentage of your of what your copay would be. They because it's a percentage, if you just raise the base price, then your insurance has to pay more. And that kind of started a feedback loop. Alright, there's gotta be something I'm missing here. Bye, Blue? Was Blue here? Well, if you were here, have a good night, Blue. Used to pay $2 without insurance since I'm in Canada. Now they're like 15. Ouch. Oh, Blue is Bio. Oh. Okay, good night, Blue. Alright, do I need to hold it and go through? Okay. And it doesn't work. I dropped it. Oh, it's a mirror. It's a freaking mirror. Okay. So then what am I supposed to do here? Supposed to jump in there. So I would think the gold would be an offering. I don't know that. unlock something different? Same every time I see her mirror. Yeah. Something missing. Besides the giant duck. This is what I need. Alright. Orb speaks to me. Well, that explains this. Alright, I can't eat it. Oh, get over there. Typically, game developers, when they put anything in the game, it has to have a purpose. Like how the ducks were story, sorta. Fine, make me do all the work. Get your roll away from me. Okay. Alright, so the golden balls are just a red herring. Tricky, tricky. Can I take it with me? Although I doubt it's real gold. If it was real gold, it would be absurdly heavy. Elevator. Azoth, hello! Or I think it's Azoth. Alright, this game is much longer than I anticipated. Okay, well, I need it in the last level. Come on, I'm stealing your stuff. These short legs. It's surprisingly hard to hold the E button and press all the others. Get in there. All right, it's another. Yeah, no, it's good to see you, Azoth. Earlier we were playing, earlier we read the Yellow Wallpaper. Before that we watched a couple videos about sleep paralysis. Interesting stuff, and now we're playing a Backrooms game I have already forgotten the name of. Oh, here's the bowl. Nope, get in there. Okay. Don't know why it suddenly added puzzles this late in the game, though. Oh, hello, Grimmy Virus. Good to see you. Liminal Waters. I think this might have been one of the ones that Grimmy played. I'm not sure if she finished it, though. So far, this has actually been really fun. It's the duck, or a duck. No, it's good to see you. I appreciate you coming by, even if you're just lurking. I appreciate it. Come to think of it, the footstone steps are actually really decent. That's a small and silly detail, but footstep sounds changing when you actually get on different terrain is something some developers miss. It's not. Other different music. And the music's gone. Distant world. It's like something out of Halo. Alright, I'm just gonna pause for a second. Stretch out my fingers a little bit, my hand's getting cramped. I encourage you all to stretch or hydrate if you need to. Oh yeah, no. Gamer fatigue. Not very fair. Yeah, no, you can also check out Azoth. They stream from time to time. So. Well, it's been a nice, relaxing Friday night. Games, some stories. Not very good, but yeah, no problem. Again, it's all practice. All practice. I'm sure once you get your you're slowly getting stuff done. You got your you just got a customizable VTube model. So I'm playing with that, which is good. The rest is just practice. Trying to remember the game you were playing earlier. I keep forgetting the name. It's not. There's so many shooters now. It wasn't Valorant. It wasn't Apex. You mostly stick to that one game. Destiny? No, I don't think it was Destiny. Azoth was playing one of those shooter types earlier. There's just so many, they get mixed up in my head now. And the weird scenery. It's better spending money as being saved from which you gets to me in our wait list. Yeah, Warframe, that's it. You play Warframe a lot. As long as you're having fun with it. You know, play what you're uncomfortable with. PS Plus, so I can't. Plus, really? Yeah. PS Plus subscription got kind of pricey last I remember. Was it like 20 a month now? Alright, can't jump the railing. Probably heading up. Oh, another different texture. Big gargoyle. It's a gold. So I guess I'm just passing through. Alright, well, I got a minute or two of walking here. Here. There's another vantage point. View. Yeah. I don't know. Put a lot of effort into rendering all this stuff you can't walk to. Hey, that's environmental storytelling. He was right, and I can load SteamOS onto my Mac, then I might be able to play more games. Nice! No, I think that'd be good. You know, more variety and stuff. If you had a Steam account, I might have some extra Steam keys, but they'd be probably random stuff. I get lots of extras from bundles and stuff, so... Plaza of Judgment. Oh god, this is about killing the ducks, isn't it? Okay. Alright, so I just keep going. Yeah, no, this is Liminal Waters. I think this is one of the Backrooms games that Grimmy has played. So far, it's been really interesting. Sounds a little bright, though. Oh, walking. Really wanted to show off the music track. Okay, good. I don't want to sit. I don't want to have all that responsibility. I ain't king of nothing. Okay, that's like a building that's sunk into the sand. It's funny, I actually don't think that jumping changes the camera much. I think all it moves is the collision. Yeah, jumping doesn't change the camera much. fingers are getting tired from all the walking. Like, this has to be like the end of the game. Extra moon. Big freaking moon. Spaceship. Hey, you better run. Alright, the music is rising, so we have to begin to the end here. Oh god, is this a 90s montage song coming on? We gonna get some Eye of the Tiger right here? Okay, I was really into this game until this very last section. It's like they just artificially pad the last 30 minutes of the game to be as long as possible. But seriously, there's no reason for this area to be that big. Building up to a fight with a biblical angel or something. Ah. I thought that would be the end of the game. I thought that would be the end of the game. Went from backrooms to walking simulator, and now it's back to backrooms. Back to the back rooms. Welcome, visitor. Please consider taking a minute to read this. What you see right now is an almost identical remake of my first ever liminal space project called Still Waters. About 30 minutes long, it's really just me trying to mimic the look of liminal space pool rooms type games, just out of curiosity if I could even pull it off. First version was pretty basic, but as feedback and video reviews came in over time, I began fleshing out the concept and improving my level building skills. The original game was written in a weak, graphically preliminary engine, and as time went on, I knew that I had to make a big decision with this project going forward. So after about half a year, I switched to Unreal Engine 5. Knowing nothing about the engine, I had to watch countless hours of tutorials, ask developer friends, and read a lot of forum posts. Eventually, Still Waters became Liminal Waters, a complete restart of the project in Unreal Engine. It was and still is a fun ride and a big learning experience. Remaking the origin of this entire game was like something I felt I needed to do, to acknowledge the humble beginnings and to remind myself that things can be done when you try hard enough. Please note that I took some creative freedom in the later part of the level, meaning that not everything is a 100% replica of the original game. I had to do this for the sake of the overall fun and enjoyment factor of the game. If you read this text, thank you for taking part of this journey, and I hope you enjoy this little trip to my personal past. Kind regards, the developer. That's nice. There's so many games that don't get finished, especially once early access became a thing. Yeah, I guess this is just the original one. So I think did you see that shadow that looked like a shark up ahead? Or is that just me? Giant duck. I actually got stuck. Oh, thank God for the stairs. I almost panicked for a second. Alrighty. So yeah, no, this is very different. The colors are a lot less bright. They're a lot less noticeable. You didn't use all the bright colors to give you different checkpoints and waypoints. But again, this was the quote-unquote original side of the game. So alright. I think that we are done with Liminal Waters. Let's check the stages. Yeah. Oh, looks like we are done with Liminal Waters. That was a lot of fun. It was interesting seeing the older version too at the end there. Oh, this is great. Thank you guys so much. I think I'm gonna rate out. What was your overall rank? I don't know, like a solid 7 out of 10. I mean, it was definitely fun. Yeah, probably a decent 7 out of 10. I enjoyed it. But again, I'm kind of a weird person. It did have a couple of genuine scares though, and it had a couple of funny moments too. There was the door that fell over that got a bunch of us. There was the murderer duck behind one of the doors. There was that one statue that pulled a weeping angel on us. Oh, perfect. Thank you again for sticking around, Sea Satan. I super appreciate it. Yeah, no, it was a fun game. And it's probably a reasonably priced too. I think I picked this up as part of a humble bundle. Let me just switch to my end screen. I'm gonna look for a person to raid out real quick. see who's on. Oh, thank you, Sea Satan. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. Thank you, Azah. Thank you, Sea Satan. Thank you, Architect O'Haro. Strider, Grimmy Virus. I know there were a couple of you guys lurking, and I won't call you out for it. Yep, Silky's still here. I'm glad. Sorry, I don't know a whole lot of folks, so I'm just trying to decide who to raid here. Let's raid Maple. He's playing Resident Evil Requiem. Kuroko Maple's very nice. Check her out. Thank you very much for coming by, guys. I really appreciate it. Have a lovely night.